Okay. Oh, goodness. What a bad start. Oh, God. Greetings, folks. Coin here, or Steven, or Swirling Vortex, and welcome back to some more, Deathless sprouting. How is everyone doing today? Hopefully fine. I'm okay. A little bit tired, but I'm hoping the coffee will give me the necessary jolt of energy, and maybe interacting with all of you lovely people today will help with that regard as well. Now, last time we killed about 7, 8-ish bosses. We were supposed to be on our way to the Impaler's Catacombs, before we ended up, like, calling it due to pacing. I want to say we collected this memory stone from earlier, but I'm going to have a quick check just to make sure. Oh, also, I put in another soundboard.
Now, don't get excited.
Yes, that one is a Soul Calibur 4 Maxi, staple. Now, don't get excited. It's one of my favorite sentences that the man utters. Oh, it's great. And yes, we did pick up the memory stone. We're good to go in that regard. Let's get out of here. Vamos. Just let's start getting some rune pieces, among other things, and then maybe we could, get ourselves to the rest of what we should be doing today. Maybe make it to Liurnia. Maybe not quite get there. Who knows? You guys on YouTube and on Twitch will have to let me know how the audio and video is. I listen every now and then, for the audio and or video, but that is, honestly, like, I'm used to hearing my own voice, and I don't think anything is wrong, like, a lot of the time. So I just tend to, actually, you know what? We should do this right now. Just for safety's sake, and if one can hear me, the others should be able to hear me as well. Like, I need to do this. Should be able to hear me as well. Yep. Okay, cool. Got it. Please tell me I only closed the tab. I only closed the tab. Good. Yeah, so as long as nothing happens with the capture card or nothing happens with the microphone, we should be good to go. 'Tis the hope, anyway. I'm a former STEM major. I'm not exactly known. Oh. I think I remember having to, Oh, we must have killed the ones, between here, before the Bridge of Sacrifice. That must have been what happened, and we marked one then. Did we ever mark a spirit jellyfish? I want to say we did. Yes, we did in fact do that. Good. Was a little worried that maybe that wouldn't have been the case. Oh, it's like that's like a one-way trip. Yeah, you can leap down, I think. But good luck. I'm trying to... Alright, kiddos, let's just settle down, shall we? Of course. Nice. So this is the titular, Impaler's Catacombs. Bad guy is revealed to be a man by the name of Mesmer, who, from what I understand of like data mined comments or like data mined dialogue, is actually not Mikola or Saint Trina. They're different entirely. Because why else would Mesmer comment on Mikola being there in the Shadowlands? Nice. So that other imp just got a very lucky shot. I'll show you lucky shot. I'm going to show you a lucky jet instead. Will that work? Jet's a black stone, by the way. It's kind of smooth, and normally it's available in cabochon cuts. It's a pretty black stone. It's not quite the same as onyx, but it's close. And I've heard of people subbing out jet for other black stones, or for other smooth black stones. You can't really do that type of thing with black spinel or something along those lines, or like black diamonds, because those things are usually chiseled. I do see black spinel in cabochon, but black diamond, you generally only see it in its faceted form, as black diamonds have to be irradiated to get that color on them. Black spinel sometimes has to be irradiated to get that color, but there are veins that you can find that are natural. Doing my best to point this away from the mic, guys. Sometimes I can feel when a cough is coming, sometimes I can't, but my hand's got to be on this controller. So I just try to point my cough away from the mic. I don't think that really works, but I'm doing my best anyway. Right. Up here and then down there. Quickly. And down here. This particular catacomb is not very difficult to navigate. It's pretty linear. It's the cat imps that are going to make that process difficult. Okay. Just try to do our best to ignore everything in here. Will it work? No, not exactly, but... as long as you keep out of the vicinity of these, like, waking corpses, you should be okay. Then quickly get up before things get super gnarly. Thankfully, the rotting corpses can't actually climb. It's just like sometimes it's the cat imps and sometimes it's other stuff that, climbs on ladders. You wouldn't think the omens could do it, but they can. You feel like, oh, they're too fat. Like the omens are too bulky. They'll never make it up the ladder. But no, they actually can. They're pretty proficient at it too. That's 2 rune pieces. That's another point of dexterity after all of this is said and done. Now, before we move on, should probably go and rest and attempt not to use FP to make it into make it to this particular Erdtree Burial Watchdog, which I believe has 4 imps in the area with it. Goodbye. And the black flame should kill that one. Nice. All right, now since the Burial Watchdog has ads in it, I feel compelled now to tell you guys that I do not talk during boss fights. Like, I'll acknowledge your statement, but I'll politely ask that you give me just a second to handle the boss, and then I will politely reply to your comment. You know, and the same is true for Whispers. You know, I do have a Whispers doc available. I can definitely see new Whispers. You just have to understand that with the Whispers, if I'm replying to a Whisper, I do not use your name, your screen name. I refer to you as Whisper 1 or Whisper 2 or what have you. If you want to talk more anonymously, that's fine. Just know that I will do my best to simply reply to the statement being made. Like, I'll never repeat the contents of a whisper. I will simply reply to the sentence. It keeps things anonymous that way. And nobody's like, nobody typed that in chat, dude. Who's saying that? It's just... By acknowledging the whisper as Whisper 1, that should be sufficient enough for people to get the idea that, yeah, no one typed this in chat. It's a private chatter who wants to talk with me. With that being said, we're going to traverse the mist, and I will see you guys on the other side of this hopefully short battle. I'm dead. I got mobbed by imps and killed immediately. It happens. Let's not use a rune arc, because I want to save the resource for things that actually matter. Yeah, no, I'm not taking that chance. I'm not aggroing that imp if I can help it at all. So what's the plan for that? To avoid taking hits there. And then quickly... Yeah. Okay, and a regular old fireball will do there. We don't need to get crazy with it. Not that I care about taking hits. This is not a hitless run. However, you know, not taking hits is more useful for certain deathless routes, certain deathless bosses, and this, I think, will be one of them. Alrighty. Also, I needed to not... For some weird reason, I think I tried to use the Spirit Fury system without having all of the spirits like fully spawned in, and I think that's kind of a mistake on my part. Yeah, see, I tried to do that. I need to be using FP restoratives. Nice. Wow, this fight is bad. I get the feeling I'm just gonna have to be aggressive. That fight was extra sloppy. was bad. Wow, this is bad. If they just start getting crazy with the swipes, you just have to let them do it. There's no, Yep. You just have to back off. Nope, get away, just let them have their fun. Okay. Just in case, I marked it anyway. So now we can replace our lone wolf ashes with the demi-human ashes, assuming that we can upgrade them equivalently, because at that point it's just extra bodies. More than anything, it's extra bodies. My nose is like extra itchy today, and I do not understand why. Maybe I've, caught wind of an allergen in the house or something. That would be my guess. Okay. Any weird rune piece spots? You wouldn't think so. But you never know. Again, on the top of rock edifices is a good place to look for them. Speaking of strange placement, not strange, but like if you don't encounter these random collectibles in a chair super often, they do kind of feel out of place, huh? Okay, so we have... Oh, did we ever actually... I don't... Actually, because of the way we pathed in, I don't think we ever went through this area. Like, the actual, like, pathway, looking for rune pieces. I just don't think that happened. Even though we don't need to kill the Alabaster Lord, here... We do want to, we do want to kill the star killers, star callers that are here. Owl. Okay, we do have an owl. Probably kill it anyway, for codex marking purposes. There, now if we bump into them for other reasons, we can totally deal with them then. There's a rune piece up there. Oh, this is excellent for the LP, that we're just finding these rune pieces every which way. My intention with the Let's Play is to have some kind of a cleanup episode where I go back and kind of look for various rune pieces that we may have missed. Speaking of things that we've missed, not that we need it. But having that rest site's nice in case something bad happens to us. Alright, anything under here? Or toward this spot? Maybe there's a rune piece on top of these, like, embedded tombstones. I guess we're gonna find that out. So nothing there, nothing there. Dead. Okay, and it has to be the Deathbird split because we already killed the Knight's Cavalry from earlier. Just jumping off random shit gets you killed for absolutely no reason. Well, okay, no, the reason is I'm bad at video games, specifically platformers. Literal skill issue. That is what I would say there is just I did not handle that right. I just didn't make that jump like I was supposed to. Any other graves? I don't see a rune piece here. Doesn't mean there isn't one. Just means I couldn't find it when we were poking around earlier. That's gotta be what this jutting landmass is, right? It's that up there. Yeah. This jutting landmass up here is where you'll get the... get a star piece. I'm sorry, starlight shards. Paper Mario invaded my brain for like a split second. I love the first two games, and I even loved Super Paper Mario to some extent. But after that, it was just... I mean, I didn't play, but except Sticker Star, I played it and was like, what the hell am I playing? This isn't Paper Mario in the slightest. I don't get, like, the reads that Japanese companies have on Western audiences. Because we do, in fact, love turn-based RPGs. It's just, you know, attracting new audiences is not something that you can generally do with a turn-based RPG, unless your atmosphere is there. And I do say atmosphere, because that is essentially what the word vibe means. It refers to the evoked atmosphere that something represents to the prospective viewer. And by viewer, I mean the person who's absorbing the vibe. Vibe is kind of just... it's kind of a word with no meaning now. And I hate it. Because when vibe is used tastefully, it has meaning, it has class. When it's used as a word sub-in with no thought involved, it highlights one of English's weaknesses in that a lot of words, if you use them in the right... or maybe it's not even a weakness of just English, but of language as a whole, that when people use words without thinking about what they mean, and without using the right words in the right context, that words that are subbed in lose all meaning. And we return to monkey, where grunts and physical gestures are kind of the order of the day. And I could not survive in a world like that. We need it to be nighttime because of the Deathbird. Right, I'm blanking out. That occasionally happens. Anyone else ever blank out on something before? You were quite sure you knew what you were doing. You were even engaged. You were immersed. and what you were doing, and then suddenly brain dead. That happens to me more than I care to admit, where I'll be thinking about something and then I'm like, huh? What was I doing? It's scatterbrained? I think I'm getting a little bit more scatterbrained as the years go on. Or like I return to being a creature of habit after spending so long being in college, where my habits were already kind of predetermined, that now that I have navigational freedom, I'm not really sure what to do with it. That should take care of the issue. We're about to find out, though. And I'm in combat because of the archer. Right. I have not forgotten. Whoa! Look at how accurate that is. Here's the second one. Dude, there's no way you can see me in here. I should be fully disguised. Thank you. Should not have been difficult. I get the feeling I should probably just annihilate the Golem Archer first before attempting to get more serious with the Deathrite Bird. Because I'm fully expecting to get absorbed into that combat, into that fight, and then be unable to fight effectively, because I'm trying to deal with the Death Bird and the Golem Archer at the same time, which I'm hoping the music indicates this pretty well. Yeah, stamp your feet. Oh yes, please do this. Now we're going to quickly go build up some FP at the nearby poison pool, and then go back to what we were doing previously. And my dogs are very unhappy, or else just very excited about something. Got the grub-infested corpse. I need to be careful. Just like the Cathedral of the Deep. Just like old times. There's the large one. Oh. And I know there's like other corpses coming in this way. Not the grubs. Not the grubs! And there's poison crabs? Come on. Giant black crab! Come on. All I wanted was to get some FP. And you know, I'm even happy about the codex entries. Hello. But I'm not happy about the extra added risk. Ah! Don't poison me, lout. Yep, there we go. Ah, disgusting. Just look at all those maggots. Let's go ahead and clear out the throwing knives. We do not need these right now. Hello, Deathbird. Bad. I was planning on a stagger, but now we need to forget that, probably. And we have picked up our very necessary offhand, the sacrificial axe. It's actually purely unnecessary and will be replaced by a much better offhand late in the game. But while we have this axe, we might as well make good use of it. This axe basically lets us, on kill, get extra free FP that we did not have before. It's great for sustain, like absolutely big sustain. I've used this thing in off-camera playthroughs to significantly supplement your FP. It requires a high mind to take advantage of, as with low mind values, you would practically need to kill, say, 12 enemies to get an extra cast, whereas at higher FP values, it might take 6 casts to get an extra spell. It's pretty good. You just have to build for it, which thankfully our build will be having decent amounts of mind. It won't have 99 mind, but it will have like 30 toward the end, along with like higher stats, or higher general stats and higher arcane. Oh, right. Gotta remember to mark that split. We should be at the Lean and Misbegotten. Yep. There are no more bosses for us to kill. Only, the occasional field boss and, like, ads before the Lean and Misbegotten. And we'll likely, we'll likely go and spend our, rune pieces before we, okay, gotta be careful. We'll likely spend all of our rune pieces before going into Castle Morn. Let's see, where are we? On those 34? Yeah, we should gain 6 by the time this is all over. There's like 2 right around the castle grounds. There should be 1 over here. There might be 1 in another spot somewhere. And then there should be at least 1 to 2 in Castle Morn itself. And that'll let us get some extra dexterity We should have 5 of these. Yes, Grafted Mind. Having the higher dex will be good. It'll help us reach a breakpoint that we otherwise would not have. And it's a way for, honestly, the binding runes, if you're gonna have extra ways to accumulate extra stats with a level cap attached, the binding runes are a great paired system to go along with it. It really is. I promise you, Elden Ring Reforged is definitely not the UI that expands every 5 seconds. There are a lot of systems. There are quite a few more systems than in base Elden Ring, but most of them are refinements. The same system overall. Just check behind. Make sure there's no rude pieces to be found. That includes the barrels. Leave no barrel unsquished. Unsquished. Yeah, unbroken. Leave no furniture unbroken. This Kernifer does like, or I should say Team Reforged likes to tuck in. It does like to tuck in rune pieces underneath things. I have to be extra careful. Also, the sacrificial axe makes our generators better, because if we kill with them, we get even more FP. We can probably refund a generator if we had sufficient mind to go along with it. It's definitely a good sustain option. And I know sustain is like a MOBA term, but I think it applies pretty well. Having good sustain is important, especially in challenge runs. Good sustain allows you to, you know, drag out your pacing more. And allows you to cast the more expensive spells with possibly less effort, less downside. Please tell me we grabbed the one behind the rock here. I think we did. There go my dogs. This is a perfect time for...
Now, don't get excited.
Now, don't get excited, my dear puppy dog friends. It's late at night. But dog brains aren't chronological. They don't think that way. They're very associative. There's like some eidetic memory in dogs, but a lot of the memory is like, did it happen to me? Okay, I might remember it. And I won't remember it in the same way you do. It'll be like, I don't like this person because they've done bad things to me. Not, oh, I remember this bad thing and that bad thing. This person kicked me. The other person failed to feed me properly. No, it's not like that. Dogs are... You gotta really royally screw up. And generally be unloving to your pet for you to screw up loving dogs. Like, you really have to try to fail with dogs. Or maybe be not a super outgoing person. Like, dogs get depressed if you don't take them on walks. It's a matter of dog psyche. And the dogs that don't like to go on walks have generally been made to feel that way. Dogs are, I would almost say, because of the breeding and everything, dogs have almost evolved to be co-evolutive with their human masters, in that domestic dogs are naturally wired to be people pleasers because they are domestic dogs, because we have domesticated them. Wolves do not need this at all. And so it makes perfect sense for wolves to not be people pleasers. And whenever you feed wolves, you have a chance of domesticating them, and the next thing you know, you create the world's first domestic wolf. Now, does it really work that way? No, not... No. There's one, and I know the other. Get down. I need to remember I've got left-hand block available. And I am allowed to use it. This isn't deathless or hitless. Or, you know, taking a block. It's the same thing as taking a hit. Be extra careful. I don't remember there being a rune piece on any of these crags anywhere. But I feel like I probably need to look anyway. Just to kind of rule it out in my head that there are not rune pieces here. If there were, they might be under some of the tighter rock enclosures. Oh, it would be awful if it were buried under the muck where nobody could see it. That would be god-awful rune placement. And I would probably actively petition to get it either moved or changed so that it's at least semi-noticeable. I will do anything to get you guys on the crucifix to shut up. I believe our young friend Torrent has managed to get himself poisoned. Back to looking for rune pieces. Yeah, we should definitely be getting very close to having enough. If not, we're practically right there with 1 to 2 rune pieces. 1 to 2 more rune pieces that we can find. Okay. Is it around the rocky crag? I'll look everywhere for these things, man. I've been everywhere, man. I've been everywhere. Or insert whatever other quick little jaunt about moving around places you want. Oh, it all fits. It's all the same meme, really. And I know, everyone's probably dying to ask the question, where's your stream deck, man? It seems like you should really have one. I can't afford one of those things. And if I could, I would rather spend it on software or something. And we're back to needing another one of these. Might as well make 10 of these. You can only hold 10 at a time anyway. And that should help us trudge through any poisoned swamps. Miyazaki's favorite. Bet he's a Shrek enthusiast. And if he doesn't know what Shrek is, okay, that's fine. But still, definitely feels like he should know what it is. Or has at least heard of Shrek. Miyazaki, my swamp! My swamp! Get out of my swamp! Ugh. Does the guy have a fetish for swamps? Does he simply like swamps, bogs, marshes? I mean, I like swamps, bogs, and marshes too, so I kind of get where he's coming from, but even so, I like non-marsh things too. Okay, we got the Incantation Scarab Codex. Do we need Poison Mist? No, we're not allowed to use it. But If it didn't deal damage and only applied poison, maybe we could use it. But well, actually, technically no. It's like the same reason why, even in, unless it's like pyromancies only, or like something general, like if you start doing X or Y damage type only, you wouldn't be allowed the use of Poison Mist in Dark Souls 3 because it's not a fire spell, or it's not a fire damage dealing spell. Is it a pyromancy? Yes. Yes, it is. But does it fit the criteria for which you are judging yourself? No. No, it does not. So, I guess I'm trying to make sure I stick to my own rules, and I'm, you know, not a dirty little cheater. Oh, lay off. There's one of the dastardly rune pieces right there. And another one will be soon to follow shortly. The sections leading up to, like, a major boss, like the Leonin Misbegotten, I feel always take a little bit longer than normal, because you're not... There's less you literally have to do. You could feed your way to the boss. I think this is a scaly Misbegotten, and marking it's kind of pointless. Yeah. Sure is. Waste of time. Okay, anything up here? I actually recall picking up a rune piece while we were here earlier, like the very first time we marched through here, but I could be misremembering big time, and so I want to be careful with making assumptions. At least one's tied to rune pieces anyway. How is everyone, like, has anyone here not played Elden Ring Reforged before? Like, or like hasn't even heard of it before? I suppose for those of you who haven't, I'll do a quick overview. Elden Ring Reforged is an overhaul mod made by Team Reforged, mostly by Kernifer right now, but I expect that to change over time. I mean, heck, the Dark Souls 3 Convergence and like some of the first mods made by the Convergence team started from a man named that goes by the screen name Tiger G92. He's still around, and maybe Team Convergence would say, ah, this is the part. We can definitely attribute these parts to Tiger G92, and maybe we can attribute these other parts to Couch Jockey or Aaron the Baron or whoever. But at the end of the day, when you get a team that's large enough, it's kind of in your best interest to not attribute an accomplishment to any one person. Like, it's okay to say, yeah, so the progenitor of this idea came from this person, but we all played a pretty equally important role in developing it. Now, of course, if someone asks you for an interview, okay, yeah, you can kind of spill more beans, right? Because you want to tell the truth. The truth sets us free. The truth makes us equal. Whether equal in suffering or equal in prosperity kind of depends on what the truth and the underlying circumstances are. But I like to think the truth sets people free. and that the real world is a world worth fighting for and not this dour, depressing place. But I told the Green Scorpion, that's a YouTube content creator. He has a Twitter account, and I put a post there with his statement earlier that, you know, the world's that he feels depressed about the world. Or depressed about what's happening, whether in the world or otherwise. And I thought I would make a mention of that there. That the world is a dour, depressing place right now. Everyone seems to be at odds with each other, and don't discount the fact that Russia and China have tensions with each other. They talk about being in unison against the US, but let's not forget that they were once enemies either. And, you know, just all it takes is one little thing that's like a wick or a rope, and the next thing you know, each other has triggered. One has triggered the other's triggers or ignition switch. Wow, this analogy is getting away from me. Every culture, every nation, every person has a trigger and an ignition switch. And if you really want to get to a person's skin, you find wherever the trigger is, and you find their ignition switch and you press it. And you don't stop pressing it either. We'll go ahead and enhance these flasks. Make sure the flask charges are allocated accordingly.
With me. Your thoughts, your ambitions.
Where are we stats wise? 17 decks? Getting there. Getting there. Anyway, for the interest of pacing, we're going to take a break for those of you on YouTube. It'll be a rather lonely 5 minutes. For those of you on Twitch, you'll have about 90 seconds of ad time. I appreciate anybody watching the ads. They help keep the lights spinning. If you're on YouTube, I recommend joining the Twitch channel because you get emotes in there. As of right now, I do not get those for YouTube. I won't be getting those until I've got 4,000 subscribers and like 100,000 watch hours or something like that. It's like a crazy high number before I become a YouTube partner. So I appreciate any help in either one of those regards. Obviously, I would love to have YouTube partner more than I would like to have Twitch partner, because Twitch partner is a very hard metric to get, and while YouTube partner metrics are also hard to get, they're more easily attainable by someone in my position, relatively speaking. And imagine being able to have some of the same great benefits so that you don't have to leave the platform of your choice. If you're a Twitch main, why should you have to move to Kick? If you're a YouTube main, why should you have to go to Twitch? If you're a Kick main or a Trovo main, I haven't decided yet, why should you have to go to a different platform to enjoy the same great benefits? I think that's stupid. So, you can tell that I'm thinking about those two platforms pretty heavily. As for like a third platform of choice, because let me tell you, I'm definitely not about to go consigning myself to a place like Rumble or whatever alt-right site it exists out there as like a Twitch analog. I'm not about to do that. In any case, thank you guys so much for watching up to this point. Regardless of which platform you're on, I will see you after this short commercial break. Thank you. I am back a little bit early. My apologies about that. I grabbed myself a new drink. Not that I'm not going to finish my coffee, just that I want to make sure I have liquids lying around. For the all-important hydrate command. I want to thank everybody so much for watching up to this point again. Really appreciate it. I want to take opportunity just to talk briefly about what you're seeing on the intermission screen. That is the Shadow of the Erd Tree fundraising that I am doing. It is no secret that I am broke and unemployed. And I am trying desperately to make sure I can continue making Elden Ring content when the time comes. So I'm asking for a little bit of help with Elden Ring. Every donation, every sub, and all that fun stuff goes right toward the purchase of Shadow of the Erd Tree DLC. I'll take that money and make sure it is cordoned off, so it is only spent on Shadow of the Erd Tree. It is a great DLC. I look forward to it, but, you know, I get it. Times are tight. So I appreciate any loose money that people might have, but don't feel compelled to throw it at me. I want to earn it. And I want to earn it only if you want to give it. Otherwise, I have no interest. I would rather you just be here enjoying the content any way you can. I want to do my best to try to entertain you on those grounds, but that's not an easy task, especially coming up with endless things to talk about. It's like Olive Garden, endless soup, salad, and breadsticks. Which, you know, anyone who gets the endless soup, salad, and breadsticks, I have no idea how you have room for anything else. I can only imagine you go there and the soup, salad, and breadsticks are all you have. Because they're like pretty big bowls. They're bigger than what I could show with one hand. They're probably about yay tall. It's basically, you know, lettuce, tomato, shredded carrots, shredded onions, shredded red onion, excuse me. And people are killing themselves a kiss at a time. 10 points to anyone else. To anyone who can guess the song reference there. Anyway, we've got work to do. We got our work cut out for us. But yeah, I would appreciate any help with the DLC, but I want to earn it. I don't want to belligerently pester or beleaguer people for donations. That is a donation incentive, and as far as I understand, the progress bar will go up when a donation is placed, but I will manually increment it as well whenever a sub or bits have been offered into the pile. Let's just push that down ever so slightly. I want to say a normal flame should knock these guys out. Yes, a normal flame does in fact knock these out. Big guy is going to take some extra finagling, but that's what the black flame is for. Might as well make sure we kill everything else first. What else? Where else will we find... Oh, there's a stray right there. Another one of Mesmer's piles. They say that these smoldering butterflies are related to Mesmer, the Impaler. I'd have to trace the lore somehow. Hello. Now, that should have been the last one. And the black flame tick should finish you off. Goody, how about that? When the HP calculations actually work like they're supposed to. Isn't that just peachy? Now, where might there be... Ow, that hurts. Where might one of our lovely rune pieces be? Seems like one definitely should be lying around in the open courtyard area. I just don't know where it might be. Nope, none there. Castlemorn, I didn't think was... You know, at first, it was interesting at first, and then afterwards it became less interesting. Especially after playing through it for like the second, third, fourth time. Come on, there's gotta be rune pieces in all this rubble. Where else are you gonna hide any glowy orange bits? Ah. Apple juice is one of my favorite juices, by the way. You know, cherry soda, apple juice, like lemonade. I like all that fun stuff. Fruit products are a good way to dispense nutrition pressed into a glass and made to drink. 8 ounces of concentrated nutritional goodness. You know, except in the case of lemonade, I feel like you kind of have to dilute it with water in order to, you know, not acidify your inside stuff, specifically your mouth. Stomach, like, the lemon juice would be considered a buffer compared to, stomach acid. Like, just in terms of raw pKa value. Stomach acid's like a 1 on the pH scale, if I recall correctly. Ugh, like a gorilla in a porcelain store. I need that quote. I'm gonna have a rather prolific soundboard at the end of all this. Come on, there's gotta be a rune piece in all this nonsense. You're really willing to tell me that there isn't one in the courtyard anywhere? And this is not our first time in there either. Well, that's rather unfortunate. You will probably need a black flame, yeah. But that's fine. Absolutely nothing. Before we continue, we should go back upstairs. Go kill that mad pumpkin head and see if there's a rune piece he's guarding. I almost guarantee. That's another really common trope with rune pieces is Team Reforged love to put these things behind behind enemies and make them guard them. Like the Leonin Warrior or Elder... No, I'm sorry, the Elder Lion. I have to make sure I get that correct. The Elder Lion was guarding one in Stormvale Castle. Please tell me we actually killed the one here. We did. Okay. Good. I would have been really upset if all of a sudden, you know, games like lying to you. Yep, there's that rune piece. What did I tell you? Lying behind the tree that... And guess who's in the way? The Mad Pumpkinhead. What about over here? Surely there's a rune piece tucked in all this. No? Alright then. Back up the stairs then. We go up to the battlements. Just look at all these corpses. All of them. These are commoners. Every single one of them are just, you know, lost commoners. It's insane. What kind of atrocities were committed by the Misbegotten to pile up all these bodies? All of them. And I'm willing to bet some of these were killed in a mutiny. Think about it. The only reason we're able to get up here, corpses. Corpses mixed in and mounded into a hill so we can walk over it. Imagine if that weren't available. We wouldn't be able to get up there. The corpses would be clean. That's one of the things I have a tough time explaining, is where all those corpses came from. I'm kind of forced to give a semi-generic answer with exactly what's happening. With exactly what was going on in Castle Morn. I highly doubt the Misbegotten butchered every single one of them. It's more likely that some of the corpses were there prior. Do I dare? Probably not. Oh, no, you don't. You all die. Rocks fall, we all come down. Might as well come up here. Make sure there's not a rune piece in among this mess. Nope, nothing. So Castle Morn is not that difficult to traverse. Honestly, it's just the consistent flood of enemies that might be a problem. You have the Misbegotten, you have the soldiers, you have the strays, you have the Mad Pumpkinhead, and down below you also have the jellyfish, crabs, and rats. Like, you have a ton of enemies that all, like, attack you in swarms and have no issue doing that. Like, at all, whatsoever. Now, Here's where things get interesting. We could jump up these. To no effect, of course, but we can jump up there. I hope Kernifer didn't, or, I'm sorry, Team Reforged didn't pull a, Oh, you know what I just realized? I just realized that the YouTube stream, I have no idea what's being said in chat right now because I have the wrong, chat, inserted into the link. I know what's happening. Hang on. Fixing it. Definitely fixing it. Go to the YouTube studio. My bad, guys. I've been going at this a full hour and didn't really give you guys the attention you needed. Like I said, I'm not the best at this multi-streaming thing. Let's pop that out, change the chat code. And then make sure to do that with the custom browser docs. Yeah, okay, so that's one more little bit I'll have to do before I go live, is swap the YouTube chats so that the current one is, the current live feed is what's being displayed for me. I don't think there was a rune piece up here. Gotta check. No, nothing of the sort. Let's keep moving then. Edgar isn't gonna get this letter by us just standing and talking about it. Alright, there's one of them right there. Can we get that on a free aim? Maybe a little bit higher? Sure can. Ah, look at that. Beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Free aims. Well, not that one, I locked on, but this one over here, free aim. It's great. Shouldn't be a rune piece in that because there was one nearby. You could just never tell with this stuff, though. You never know when Team Reforged is going to be like, You should never assume, always look. You're just gonna end up, embarrassing yourself. I can imagine Nvidian wagging their finger and saying, but that's the trap, that's the ruse, isn't it? That you failed to look at that exact spot. Nvidian's very smart. At least I like to think so. They present themselves that way. They consistently talk on matters in which they know. Hi. Yes. Hi. How? This is Wendy's? Can I? Screw you. I did not ask for input. Okay, you gonna do that turbo dive thing? If not, get lost. Oh, so they've got quite the hefty aggro range, it looks like. 'Tis fine. Could be worse, I suppose. Okay, and how do we get that? From up top? Think so. I think that's how we get. Have to be careful, because there could be a misbegotten lurking around every corner. Descend down. What do you guys think of, like, just like Soulsborne, Souls-like games in general? I think the Soulsborne trilogy has quite possibly been one of the most influential set of games to ever grace this earth. Because literally everything, like every Souls-like or Souls-inspired game before and after it, seems to claim Dark Souls or Dark Souls 3 as its inspiration. You know, that they were influenced by Miyazaki's work in some way, shape, or form. I am torn. On one hand, I'm really glad that the Soulsborne genre has had such a profound impact on gaming as a whole. I literally don't think gaming would be in the same space today as it was 20 years ago, when, you know, the Soulsborne trilogy was just kind of getting its start. Like, this is the early 2000s I'm talking about here. Note that it is 2024 now, so when I say 20 years ago, I do actually mean still in the 2000s. When we were all kind of, all these teenagers smell, or the shit, I don't know. They don't smell anything, because if I did, I would get DMCA'd so fast, it wouldn't be funny. No, you die. I didn't think they were going to be hiding behind the barrel. I always forget that about that particular one, is that they're hiding behind the barrel, ready to make life difficult upon a short notice. Any notice, anytime. Misbegotten should just come with a sticker that says, "Hi, I'm here to fuck heads and you know, take names." That's exactly what I'm here for. I need to make a sticker that says something along those lines. I feel like I could do it too. Am I following in Tony One Kenobi's footsteps? Am I going to be a prolific memer? For those of you who don't know the good man, Tony One Kenobi is a Twitch friend of mine. He's been streaming off and on for like almost a decade, or maybe really quite close to that. It was around since before my hiatus. He and I have known of each other and about each other for about as long. Maybe not as much as he and Ghost know each other, but I like to think Tony at least kind of knows who I am, and maybe not my positions on various matters, but more like the kind of content I generally tend to create. I'd like to think I've garnered at least that much of a reputation, and because of that, don't worry, we still gotta talk to Edgar first. We're not even ready to move on yet. And I guess we're doing that whether I want to or not. I feel sad that the man has to do more to earn a living. I really do, but that's what happens when you get married and have kids. You gotta think about them and provide for them and care for them. What a massacre. And I wish him the best. Him and Little Thief and Little Bean. I hope his daughter grows up to be the finest woman this earth has ever known. And I'm confident that he can instill in her values that will be essential, crucial for navigating this world. It's tough to raise a family in this day and age. It almost happens by circumstance now. It's like, oh, you know, I'm got that birth control on, I'm using spermicides, I'm wearing a condom, and suddenly, bam, kids. It comes up out of the woodwork, like it just happens. It seems to happen. It seems to just happen. I'm sure there are, like, you know, conversations that happen and, you know, lots of things that aren't our business, right? I'm sure there's lots of that going on, but from the outside looking in, it's like, oh, it happened. It happened. I'm a dad now. I'm a mom now. And it really kind of puts in contrast. I'm just going to wax poetic for a second here. It really puts into context the, this earth is too scummy for kids. Let's not have a family or, you know, raise kids in them. Which, to that I have to say, I guess that's your right. You're free to choose. But how will you ever hope to correct these things for future generations if you don't have kids? Maybe your kids will go on to be the revolutionaries like George Washington or, you know, Mahatma Gandhi. Or how will you ever know? How will you ever... How could you... I don't get how people would live with themselves if they did not have... If they didn't say, oh, well, my children will have the chance to make this world better. And the only way to know is to try with the consent of my wife or husband, you know, things like that. And also, how can the world ever get better if there are no people to replace it? And to those that say, well, people should never have been here in the first place, we're kind of a giant mistake, the Lord should never have made us, or insert whatever theological, philosophical stint you want to this. And what I have to say is, I used to be there. I used to utter those exact same things when I was a 13, 14, 15-year-old guy. I was a nihilist. And I very much thought the same way.
I'm Edgar. You can see the menials. They gave me good foul treatment. I'm sorry, but whatever. Take this.
Imagine purposefully feeling like you need to inure yourself in sorrow for your worldview. Imagine.
I see. Thank you. But I can't, even if the castle, to ensure that if you see her father will... If you... Her father...
And I realize it's kind of scummy of me to say, so let me clean up my language a bit. I feel sadness for you, that you've given up hope, that there is no such thing as a brighter, better future, that people feel that it is, that you feel people have stolen it from you, and that life is worth just enough living that you exist in it, but not worth enough to actually feel alive. I've been there. I question my own humanity sometimes. I don't have a great emotional intelligence quotient in EQ. I'm below average on that. I've scored 38 on most tests. My emotional growth is stunted as a result of that. I don't feel the right emotions when I'm supposed to. Things that should make me angry don't. Things that don't make other people angry make me really angry. I am a mutant and undesirable in some circles. I've been told that to my very face. And it took, it sounds crazy. I went to church, found the good Lord, and became a better, less suicidally driven person. Less agonized. Don't know what I did that for. And just make sure the activity feed is doing what it's supposed to. I don't want to be missing follows and subs and stuff because, oh, my activity feed's not working. Anyway, I guess everyone's got to go through that for themselves. But I know when I did my senior project that on like the differences in Christian sects, like whether my mom liked it or not, I was transformed by that work. You can't not be transformed by that work. Now, maybe, you know, transformations should kind of have some explicit consent to them, but you can't. Just exposure to ideals is enough to mold and shape people. And that is what Christianity did for me as a teenager. It morphed and shaped me, and I stopped feeling depressed about life. I stopped feeling anguish over who I was born as. Now, of course, I'm back to feeling it again, but it's not because of my faith or lack thereof in the Lord. It's for different reasons entirely. But that is not a topic I'm quite ready to discuss in any great detail yet.
Always good to know.
How many of these things do we have? 40? We have 40. Good. We can get 2 points in Dex then. That'll put us up to a comfy 19. Yep, 19 dexterity. That makes our cast just a little bit faster. Not a great deal faster, but a little bit faster. Now we'll upgrade these demi-human ashes, and they could replace the lone wolf ones.
Greetings, are you here for spirit?
Yes, I am. I don't know. Maybe what's your story? What are your stories, if you have any, about, you know, being morphed or shaped by something that happened in your childhood, whether it's, you know, positively towards philosophy or religion, or negatively. I'm interested in that stuff because I'm interested in knowing how people tick, the real reasons why they think what they think, not just the you know, here's the stated reason, because rarely is the stated reason the whole truth. It's just the acceptable statement. It's what people would be comfortable hearing coming out of your mouth. I want the unbridled truth from people, and usually you have to earn that. So, you know, I'm not asking anyone to say anything they don't want to say, or anything like that. Only, you know, I'm interested in the story you have to tell, and I hope I've fostered an environment where you feel comfortable sharing that, or sharing even just a small sip of that story with us, and allow us to digest it and ask questions. I'm a relatively open book. I have some things I want to make sure I'm careful about saying. I want to be careful with names. I want to be careful with descriptions. I want to be careful about, you know, exact places, but outside of that, everything else is fair game. My thoughts on things, or, you know, events that took place. my goal in sharing that stuff is not to get people to harass each other. I'm gonna keep this just in case, but I don't think we need it. Jeez. Okay, we have 18k, which of course is not enough for level up. I think our level ups, yeah, they're taking at least 20k runes. Just think, at 25 dexterity, it should start to get faster. Like, you guys should start to see what I'm talking about when it comes to speed. Speaking of alchemics, we actually need to make some, so give me a hot second. Just break down all these materials. Making sure not to break down certain ones into certain recipes. Most things can be broken down into at least 2 different recipes. Lots of things could even be broken down into don't know who an international caller is, but I'm certainly not going to answer that. Gotta be careful. Make sure I'm breaking stuff down correctly. There. We have plenty of signs. We should not need to... Jeez, this is so distracting. The vibrations can't really, It's hard to concentrate when you've got your phone vibrating literally next to you. Ah. This caller is persistent. Should be sufficiently out of reach now. Anyway, let's get back to it. Got 2 hours and 20 minutes to go before sorry, the call is concerning me, but they can wait. Let's get back to finding the 1 or 2 rune pieces that are like up here, but there is one I'm gonna point out. Let's see if we can find it. Should be like over here. Okay, so you guys see that bunch of rocks? Probably right here, where my cursor is. There are 2 rune pieces on those rocks. One's toward the bottom, the other's toward the top. We skipped those. Those are not worth, and the slightest. Like, we will take deaths trying to grab those. And I mean more than just like, oh, Coin's doing the stupid again and didn't jump properly. No, I mean the real stupid of... sorry, I mean the real stupid of not jumping into precarious positions that you have nearly 0 hope of recovering from. Because there's not a real way to recover from. Also want to be careful and make sure we grab these rune pieces, because we're breaking containers to try to find these. Because there's at least one I know of down here that's hidden underneath a bunch of crates, if I recall correctly. Okay, let's jump down here. Gonna check underneath all these. They're also gonna fall down through the platform and make sure there's not a rune piece, you know, inside the scaffolding or like structure, the integral structure of the building. All right, there's one like right there. Where did that second one show up from? Now, if we look up here, which we might not be able to, there may or may not be a rune piece in that hole. We'll have to find out. Better watch out. Better not cry. And I'm telling you why. Because Leon and Misbegotten is coming to town. Or something like that. Anyway. Alright, let's go back and do that one more time. Except making sure to actually look down the hole this time. So that we aren't missing rune pieces. We know nothing is under those particular barrels or crates, so we're gonna look over here now, where there may or may not be at least one. No, it's just a hole that drops into, yeah, it's a hole that drops down into where the rot mound is. Yep, that happened. And I'm not sure I like my odds of... Yep, bad. Very bad. Nice. Awesome. I mean, I have no one to blame but myself for that one. For any of those attacks I just took. Anything over here? Nope. And we already even checked that pile as well. I definitely should have remembered that. But I did not. Alas. Such is life. That should kill. And the black flame should not kill. Cool. I love my calculations being off by like what might as well be a nautical mile. Cool. Okay. So is there anything back here? You know, I've checked, I've looked around from like the front end, you know, staring into this building, but I've never actually jumped on top of the other structures. I don't think so. This isn't Convergence, you know, we don't add extra. It's like really tiny adjustments to terrain, if anything, like an extra platform here, or, you know, locking up a spirit spring there. It's small stuff. It's nothing like what Convergence does. And Convergence has some amazing map edits. Like I said in the Elden Ring Reforged Discord, concerning like mod tribalism, there are great things that you can find in both mods, and not like creative disagreements are fine. Like Evidian, I believe, was the one that commented on the nature of, you know, the respect or lack thereof for the source material of Elden Ring, but they weren't like nasty about it. Just that it seems pointless to them. That's fine. I don't have a problem with sentences like that. Because if Indian knew exactly where to draw that line, they knew not to get combative about it. And I think that's one of the nice things about the Reforged community and the Convergence communities that I can happily say they work together on this is, you know, they don't allow bad-mouthing of other mods. Unless they cause problems for the community. Like, Garden of Plagiarism, Unalloyed Skeeler. Yeah, I'm talking about Garden of Eyes and Elden Ring Unalloyed. That literal... they might be... I did see some, like... I did see some comments or snips posted to suggest that the creator might be finally taking steps to start over, which is what Kernifer and Avidian and others wanted in the first place. But I gotta tell you, I'm still gonna nag at them about that, because if you are literally plagiarizing from other mods and you don't ask for permission and don't give credit, then, you know, you're a scumbag and you totally deserve to be crucified for whatever you choose to do with your stolen, ill-gotten gains. Garden of Ice gets it worse though, because at least Unalloyed had the common decency not to put a paywall on their fucking mod. They had the common decency to not try to step on Sony's toes like Garden of Eyes is, like, blatantly coming this close to, if not already doing. Oh, disgusting. And you know, I have tried really hard to not start a war with Garden of Eyes on YouTube, because they got a YouTube channel. They put all their clickbait bullshit on that channel. All of it. You could go find it. It's everywhere. And I get it. The flashiness, the homage to porting things, the complete lack of originality. Like, yeah, Kratos is in Elden Ring. Great. You know what you could have done? You could have made your own, like, version of Kratos. Instead of actually porting Kratos, or, you know, porting as much of Kratos as you can. Like, this is what I'm talking about when I say that memes are destructive, because it's stuff like that. It's like, oh, well, what if we ported Shrek into Elden Ring? Yeah, and there's already a mod that puts Shrek and Thomas the Train Engine and all that other jazz in there as well, and it gives modding a really bad name. Granted, it's the simplest place to start. Oh, I swapped a texture with another. I figured out how we could do it. Cool. Could you have picked a different texture? Could you have not put Pepe the Frog, or Peppa Pig, or, you know, Kermit the Frog, or Thomas the Train Engine, or, you know, Waluigi, or Homer Simpson, or so many other things? Could you have not gone with the lowest brow of memes? Leave that stuff to the film world. Don't bring it to the world of games. People have already done that, so I guess that's a... Nice. So I guess it's a little late for me to say don't do that, because they have done it. But still, I know I'm not the quintessential meme enjoyer. And people are like, oh, why don't you just shut up then and let those of us who enjoy Thomas the Train Engine and or Bob the Builder or SpongeBob or, you know, Squidward. Let those of us who enjoy the memes enjoy them. Yeah, but you don't have to taint the artistic integrity of my video game to do that. You could literally stick to the, you know, 4chan meme format. Can you tell I don't like normal memes? Can you tell I'm not a meme enjoyer? I get it. Memes are like the essential unit of funniness, comedy, culture. I get it. But there's like, oh, it's a unit of it's a unit of human culture. We'll deal with it. Cool, dealt with. But degrading like human culture to a form of essentially Dada art, I am not a fan. It has no class. It has no taste. It's and I guess I feel the same way about Dada art now that I think about it. Like, yeah, I get the point. It's supposed to be anything can be art if you look at it hard enough. You know, as long as you don't get super outlandish with it, like Asmongold. Did you know that the man has like a wall filled with the blood-spattered stainings from his mouth? Called the Blood Mouth Wall? That's what I've heard it referred to as anyway. Some people would probably call that art, and I would have to call them demented and disgusting. And say, you need to get your head checked. You need to see a shrink. You need help. And probably also...
Oh, Erdtree, grant me suck!
Yes, you need a good suck with 2 C's by a lover of your choice. Yeah, you need your head re-screwed. I can say it 500 different ways. Okay, run. We know about the other one. Okay, you could go down there. Works for me. Nice. Excellent. Now, do the misbegotten know how to climb? I'm willing to bet no. A lot of winged creatures don't know how to climb. Now, are you gonna be one of those? Please tell me you're not. Oh, beautiful. Just awesome. Lovely. I want to be careful making sure I'm not getting an overly excited amount of kills. Okay, we know about... Oh. Okay, getting on there. Getting on the left-hand sides of crabs are just very dangerous. Because they can easily grab you with, like, that pincer. And the grab attack deals a lot of damage. I don't know if it's as much as the one that the crayfish, like, have, but it hurts a lot. Still, return to my dissection and disapproval of memes for a second. In most other, like, spaces, like film, movie, whatever, you know, not a big deal. You want to insert SpongeBob into Shakespeare, that's fine. Because those works are so old that actually having a meme breathe a little bit of life, it will do the work some good. And I want to be clear that I know how I feel on the matter, but I don't wish to shit on anyone's artistic expression. If SpongeBob memes in video games are what make you happy, that's fine. I do not begrudge you for finding your happiness. Where I have a problem is, you know, that is the expectation that is set when people mod. But, oh, that's the first kind of mod that's going to be made. It's always, when are we going to see Pepe the Frog, Kermit the Frog, Thomas the Tank Engine, Homer Simpson? When are we going to see those? When are we going to see Marge in the video game? And I suppose now I would have to include Amogus at this point, you know, Among Us references, because it's a very prolific meme now. The whole game is a meme. What can I say? I'm a millennial. I'm a dinosaur when it comes to this stuff. But it's not like I don't get it. Or anything. I do get it, and I'm annoyed by it. Now, this would be a good time to tell you folks that while I would normally take a break right here, we are already here at the boss. And I do not want to risk, you know, getting sniped in the back. So we're going to take our break after the boss fight. We're going to summon Edgar. We're going to grab the, a jellyfish summon. I'm going to swap this out for... We're going to swap this out for Lutel. And use Lutel to our advantage. I'll see you guys on the other side of this boss fight. You know, after we summon Edgar. If there's anything you guys would like to say or leave for me to read, I would love to have that, but obviously don't force yourselves. Now, does this work? No, or at least not with NPCs it doesn't anyway. See you guys after. See you guys on the other side. Thank you guys. Lutel, you've been very useful. Touch grass. Touch ass, even? I don't know how ludicrous I want to make that. Ludicrous, even? Oh, Christopher Bridges. That name is always going to be at least somewhat of a gift to people like me. Just as Coin Stamp, I'm sure, is a gift to some people, and Swirling Vortex is a gift to others. And my appearance would be a gift or curse to a third, and so on and so forth. Huh. Oh, Lutel, you're good, hun. Take your rest. Take your rest. Just gonna check real quick for rune pieces. I think that's the only one that's over here, but I don't want to be popping off the chain with that if I can help it. I don't want to make assumptions, I guess is what I'm saying. I want to confirm that there is in fact only one and one rune piece only. Because it's very easy to hide a second on this island, and we would never know it. Oh, we did just fine on the Lean and Misbegotten, and now we are on the Regal Spirit, aren't we? The Ancestor Spirit, we sure are. Sorry, just had to double check the chart there. Yeah, I think we're good here. We're gonna go to the Bridge of Sacrifice and go deal with or I'm sorry, we're going to take a break and then come and deal with Edgar. When I come back, we will also have a little bit of shilling that I will engage in as well. And we should be good from there. We can keep leveling that dexterity because we need it. We have a dexterity of 20 now, only a few more point investments, and we should be at 25, which is where I'll kind of stop. We still want 28, but we could deal with the consequences of that later. Anyway, you guys know the spiel. 5 minutes, 90 seconds of ad time, or 5 minutes of pure silence on the clock. Either way, see you guys after this commercial break. Thank you. I am back. Sorry about that. I had to rinse out my mouth. It's helped marginally. Let's get back to business to defeat the lords. Heed my every order, and you might just be entertained. Okay. Enough about that. I want to thank everybody so much for stopping by and watching up to this point. I greatly appreciate it. If you want to watch more, you know, you don't want to miss content or anything, you know, maybe consider subscribing on YouTube or following on Twitch. Consider one of those. And for those of you on YouTube, I still recommend going over to my Twitch channel so you can enjoy the sweet emotes. And if you're a follower or a subscriber, please let me know if you've joined the Discord so I can get your roles straight. I do check the member tab every so often, like every day basically, but I miss things sometimes.
Oh, the foul bull hunt, and rest assured.
Yeah, rest assured, it will be done. It will be done. Completed that. We went through all this, didn't we? Let's go to the sending gate. We should just do that now so we don't forget it. This is probably a good point in which to grab those items anyway. Particularly the ones related to the Gerank quest line. You know what's funny is how I wonder how Malakath and Gerank can both exist. Is it one of those, you know, the lands of crumbling Farum Azula are in a different time? Where one version of the Imperial Shadow is Malakath, and he sits in one specific chunk in time, and, you know, Gerank is like the other. You know, a different, alternative version of Gerank. Now, speaking of alternative versions, don't want to hand over the death root quite yet, buddy. Let me poke around your place first. I don't think there would be a rune piece in here, but it also seems like you should in fact have one. Brandish offerings of death root. At night, the gates open with 4 services done. 4 death root equals open gate equals Blackblade Kindred. You got it. Or death root means you can, you know, start on this side of Caelid.
I smell feet tarnished. I shall graffiti. I shall graffiti me.
And it is done, my friend. 2 down, 2 to go. And we'll have the very, very nasty version of Gerank to deal with if that happens. Anyway, we never did the thing with Kenneth, did we? I guess we'll have to go and do that now. We did the thing with, Blythe, but we didn't actually do the thing with Kenneth. Oh, so strange.
You've met then, and I think you've had the power of... Are you a you know, he was a don't let his know. You see him like his hat. Take well, that's how you win great. I said that I might following only those who they married, and so it is.
Thank you. But I don't need your incantations.
Always good to son.
Don't have anything to say about D, huh? It's a shame that. Do we have any bell bearings we need to turn in? I don't see any, so probably not. Do we have anything we want to sell? At least a few things. Let's check out. Let's go talk to Hugh.
Well, I took you for no matter. It's lay out your arms.
One there. Yeah, we got this we could sell. And that, and that. And the Twin Blade Talisman. Yeah, I think we're good here. Okay. We've dealt with that. Let's go actually deal with Kenneth's quest. I've been meaning to do that. I can't even believe we forgot about it, if I'm being honest. Might want to make a note about eventually going to deal with it. I don't know when. I don't know how late we could put that off. I think maybe the whole Nepheli... I do not know when you can put that off, or how long you can put that off. Like, before... Would it be after defeating Horaloo? Or, like, entering Lanedale? Would it be after entering the capital? I know a lot of stuff gets moved or cleared to be based on going into the capital for your first time. We should think about just resetting the thing. Let's see. Yeah, we got a couple of spots we have to go around. Our target destination is here. But we're gonna circle all the way around first. Before we even think about that. Let's see, probably best way to go is maybe just start hugging the cliff face and see what happens. Because we know that there's at least a couple of rune pieces scattered along the side. Where are we looking? Okay, here? Good. Good. Gotta look all around. You really don't know where you're gonna see one of these things. Like, you really don't. You kind of just have to go into a sweeping motion with your traversal until you find it. The rune pieces, I mean. Or you could do like a box pattern or something else that fits your fancy. Ah, there are embedded tombstones. I don't see the glow of a rune piece. It would be visible from right about here, but there's not. So I'm willing to bet there's not a rune piece there. How are we doing here? Oh, we just got so much of this forest to check. It's not even funny. Got this graveyard to check. Oh. We should probably get down. Yeah, and not let these guys come to us. Nice, nice. Okay, and we gotta kill this one extra quick. Hopefully there aren't more. There's a twig. I don't think there's a rune piece behind this or on top of it. So about two ticks of surge are enough for FP restoration to roughly even out. I'm willing to bet this Miranda flower is guarding a rune piece. Probably. Guess not. Oh, I hope I didn't just waste a whole bunch of time coming this way. Okay, now spamming it or holding it down like that was definitely not worth the FP we gained, like, at all. You live and learn, as the song goes, and as we say. What is that? Rush 42? Is that the name of the band who does all the Sonic stuff? I know that Sega's employed various bands throughout the years. But I'd like to think I remember Rush 42 being one of them. Could be wrong, though. I'm open to being wrong. How are we on? Oh, good. Not a rune piece in sight. Nothing among the rocky crags either. Unfortunate. Also, like to take an opportunity to wish my sibling happy birthday today. I mentioned that I made the message in the Discord, I know, but I like to do a more personal one here. Happy birthday. I realize life is, rough right now for both of us, but I have faith that eventually life will deal you better cards. Life will deal you better cards. You may not be able to escape the wheelchair or the physical deformities that have happened upon you, but you can at least make the rest of your life better. If only I could get, if I could just get a little tiny bit more damage, and then all of a sudden... Okay, we've already been here. No need to go here again. If I could get the extra tick of damage, then killing the boars in one shot may in fact be possible. So you've chosen death by leaping away from me. So how's everyone enjoying the gameplay? Because I'm certainly a tiny bit burnt on commentary at the moment. No! Get out of here with that. You know, that should tell you how burnt out I am on commentary. Like, I'm not feeling up to talking. Sorry. But, I mean, that's kind of a death sentence for a content creator, so let me try to think of something that we could talk about. So, who has thoughts on what happened regarding the aid lines for the Flower Massacre? I got into a little bit of a argument with someone on Twitter today about that, where I did a little bit of my reading. I kind of know the basics of what was supposed to have gone down. Ah, right. Forgotten about you. They're just gonna pretend you don't exist. And you cannot be real. To use Proton John's words. Forgot what I was even talking about. Oh, right. The whole thing with the aid lines, the food trucks. I have to say, I'm not surprised in the slightest that both Hamas and the IDF would spin this their own way. I really harken back to previous comments made on news media regarding the contrasting differences between the Russia-Ukraine war and the Israel-Hamas war. Is with the Russia-Ukraine war, information is scarce. It's hard to come by. Here, it's the exact opposite. Everyone seems over-eager to share, and are very willing to distort the narrative or the truth to fit a narrative instead of just the truth. Why can't the truth be complicated? Leave it up to people to parse for themselves. We still got the lake to try to get rune pieces around, if you're wondering what I'm doing. Both sides are inexcusable. Hamas has not helped their people. Yeah, they might have been elected. But under what pretenses were they elected? Do we know that? I don't think the Palestinians are exactly in a sharing mood regarding that. It would question their narrative, so to speak. I don't think the Israeli government is serving their people, and I don't think Hamas is serving their people either. And I know what you're thinking, well, you know, there's recorded footage of normal citizens. Yes, guess what? Their governments have them drummed up to say that. And almost just about everybody has chosen a side. It is a false flag, or I should say a false flag war. That would imply that both parties are under cooperation. Oh, I shouldn't say that. I mean, the SMT thing is a false flag war. And neither Merkaba nor Lucifer, I forgore about Rune Bear. Oh, you're gonna let me live? Okay, cool. We'll just not go that way then. Just be careful, maybe keep an extra wide berth. Something along those lines. One of these days, your codex will be level 2, Owl. One of these days. As someone who isn't too affected by the conflict over there, I can keep my head buried, and as long as the US doesn't dramatically get us involved in any way, we're fine. And as long as the US doesn't spin, isn't so far up Israel's ass that, by virtue of us, supporting Israel, we aren't burned alive as a country. My life will be fine. The chances of the US government doing more than it already has increases by the day, as aid packages and stuff are talked about,
Welcome.
and everyone's political careers are
Yeah, welcome.
seemingly sharpened, moistened. It's beast lure. Could the beast lure pots actually come in handy? Should we get them? Maybe. Honestly, I have very little stakes in that conflict other than people are dying, and I just want it to stop. I want these people to forget their religion, lose their philosophy, lose their outlook, and come together as human beings and put aside their differences. Figure out in what way would be best for the coexistence of both peoples. That's what I want. I want a humanist approach to all of this. Because that's what I care about. Humans losing their life. Humans losing their lives. And not anything else. Like, yeah, I care about Israeli settlers poaching, stealing land. I don't like their proclivity for settling onto land that does not belong to them, and their government did not have the right to give that land to them. At the same time, though, given how disparate the Jewish and Arab worlds really are, they were doomed to not be able to intermix properly. They cannot. And anyone who can, any people over there that are capable of mixing together and putting aside differences and letting bygones be bygones, do so because they are not so inured to their religion that they forget that they are human, and they do not see humans as, or see some humans as subhuman and the enemy. They're still human. They still deserve a right to life, to be left the hell alone, and to be left in peace. But it's very easy for me to comment on stuff like that and not, because it doesn't really affect me. And if it starts affecting people like me who are super small, then it's affecting the whole world already, and what's one more comment to the fire, right? What's one more voice gonna do at that point? We would be past the point of where my voice would matter anyway. The only thing that would matter at that point are actions, not words. Just, I'm checking for rune pieces. We've been a long time without finding one. I heard that bear. And I know there's a bear also pursuing me. That rune bear has glowing eyes. And I don't want to be anywhere near it. I hate it. I hate what this world has become. I guess is my bottom line is I hate the conflict. I hate the division. I hate the inhumanity of it. And you shouldn't have to pick sides, because all the sides suck. Break the cycle. Break the illusion. Yes, Hamas may have been elected by the Palestinian people, but just look at the disservice they're doing. And look at what the Hamas leaders said. They said it on camera. Now, unless Hamas wants to point out that, oh, there's actually a deepfake circulating around. Here you go. Here's proof. Verifiable proof. Then yeah, sure. All the comments they've ever said about wanting to exterminate Israel off the map, yeah, those are all fake. Unless something comes out to where Hamas is in this uber complicated, earth-shattering, no one would ever know it setup. They have to own what their leaders say. And for goodness sake, one of the leaders, or the founder, the son of the co-founders of Hamas, hold on, may not be co-founder there, but I do know there is a son who defected to Israel and then defected to the Western world at large, and he talks about the horrors of Hamas. And that is a man whose words are worth listening to, because Hamas has enough mouthpieces as it is. Now, of course, the converse of this is he's also Israel's mouthpiece. And so his words are seemingly not that interesting, because they're exactly what you would expect an Israeli shill to say. So like I mentioned to that person on Twitter I was having kind of an argument with, I want there to be a third party involved. Africa, someone who does not support Israel, does not support Palestine in any capacity. They do not care about this conflict. All they're interested in is stemming the flow of lost human lives. That's the person I want investigating what's happening over there. And for them to not be shot up by opposition. That's another thing, is both the Mossad / IDF and Hamas are very good at taking out opposition. They're very, they have underhanded methods they use on each other. Why would you think those underhanded methods wouldn't be used on random strangers? Maybe Mossad IDF might be less willing to, well, let me rephrase. As again, both of those parties, Hamas would be perfectly willing to claim credit and say this is what happens when you cross us. It's Mossad. It's the IDF that would say no. This is the reason why it happened. Take it up with these people, etc., etc. That's their MO. They try to hide things. They try to hide things because they know it would make bad geopolitical spin for Israel if it turns out Mossad and IDF are doing the same dirty things as everyone else, and they just have their own vaunted, twisted reasons for doing it. So I am not a fan of either party at all. I think innocent people are getting caught in the crossfire between multiple millennia of struggle with one another. Israeli and the Palestinian people, or the Philistinian people, I should say, because that is what their true name is. They've only adopted the name of Palestine recently in human history, have never liked each other at all. It's the same with the Japanese and Chinese. They don't like each other either. And if there weren't norms established, do you think that they wouldn't wipe each other off the face of the earth? They absolutely would do that. You know, if we had never made any kind of repairs to our relationship with England, don't you think that us and England would be at each other's throats? Or maybe us in France or us in Germany? It could very easily be us. Old enmities do not suddenly die out. And friendships take their place unless serious strides, compromises, and sacrifices are made in order to achieve that. No such strides have been made between Israel and Palestine, between the Philistines and their old neighbors. They've always had problems with each other. Incidentally, both the Jews and the Palestinians, under whatever name they choose to be known as, have also been moved from place to place, evicted from nation to nation. What does that say? That nobody wants either of these people. Don't you think there's a little something to that? A lot of it is racism. Yes, absolutely. I'm not trying to defend that at all. Just why? Why are these two specific groups marginalized in this way for different reasons? Why is that? I want to ask the deep questions that maybe nobody finds comfortable. Why might people think that? Or maybe, you know, why is there a pattern of people of certain nationalities combined with a cross-section of certain religious outlooks allowed into various government offices? Why? Is it just a coincidence that the Jewish people take up certain positions in government and Muslims also take up the certain positions in government? Each side wants their voice heard in the wider world, and how else would you do it except by lobbying for government positions in governments that are not yours in order to buy influence? I guarantee you that is going on everywhere with anyone. It's a tactic as old as time. How do you know your enemy except by supplying double agents or people who can be bought out or be made to be manipulated into your way of thinking, your sphere of reasoning. It's a human tactic. It happened in the Dark Ages. There were double agents. I guarantee you that type of thing happened in Africa. People acting as double agents. It happens. People, and they're usually stories paired with the double agent. You're not just a traitor to both for no reason. You usually have a plan for why you are a double agent and willing to be hunted by your own kind in order to truly be loyal to a country. Most of the time in stories, the double agent is usually someone who's outside of the largest chunks or spheres of the law, that person who will do anything. They're extra loyal. You know, there's a movie that Jason Statham stars in called The Beekeeper. And I would say that that's some kind of something like a double agent, where the basic plot is that it's a subsection of the FBI, and he kind of operates outside of the FBI, directly answering to the government, but also is not afraid to enact cleansing on the government when it is wrong, when it needs fixing, and it kind of works on repeat, like a real drone. Like I said, really, really basic plot. It's gross oversimplification for what I'm talking about, but my point is, it's a tale as old as time. You know, the older story is that of the traitor. Like, Judas Iscariot. Why did Judas betray Jesus? And Jesus even knew that Judas would betray him, and told him that was what he was going to do, and eventually he did it for shekels. But a sub branch of the traitor plot is the double agent. Those who are traitors to everyone for a lofty or a nobler cause than they can admit to, or else be seen as just a traitor. Treasonous to everyone involved. Now that I've said all that, and I'd like to get back to the game, but, you know, does this color your perception of me? It has to. Most people have picked a side. You're either for Israel or you're for Palestine, and there's really nothing in between, right? I'm for neither. I have found my third path. The third path is always the better one. It's the cycle breaker. Because again, each side has already shown its willingness to discuss 1,000-year-old wounds in an attempt to justify their behavior. So we might as well admit the deep-seated grudge for what it is. The Jews and the Philistines have never gotten along with each other. And this attempt by Israel to squelch out Palestine is an extension of that multiple millennia year old struggle with the Philistines. Always. Now, for the game, we got 9 minutes before we take our next commercial break. And I do apologize for getting all philosophical on you, or geopolitical like I just did. What can I say? Like I said, I don't really have a concern in the squabble. Even as a Christian, I do not find myself having a concern about the squabble. My only concern is loss of human life. I care very little for the philosophical, national, or geopolitical squabbles the Palestinian and Israeli people will have with each other. They can have that to the end of time, as long as their governments are the ones enacting it upon each other, and not each taking out each other's civilians. That's where that line has to be crossed. That's where that line should not be crossed. What? No. So our plan while we're here is to pick up the couple of rune pieces that are here. There's one out here in the courtyard. Just gotta find it. There's one over here on this rocky crag. There's one up there. There may be one inside the deepest portion of the castle as well. There are like a couple rune pieces that are here. That's really it. Speaking of, how are we doing? Oh, we're 3/4 of the way there. That we could go a lot faster at this. Imagine not having to, you know, work your way around for 200 rune pieces. I think the beginning of the game is longest. Like, for this type of thing, I really do. Because I want to get the easy rune pieces and not worry about the difficult ones so much. I don't want to even think about that. Okay, there's like a free aim, like maybe over there. Like, oh, yeah, there's a rat right there. I think the black flame may be a little bit longer. No, it's just heavier. Nice, I'll get these free aims eventually. Oh, I'm so close, yet I'm so far. Oh, there's like one in here too. Might as well get in here now. Nope. Really? Yep, throw that there. Wait for the next one. Thank you. That didn't have to be that difficult, but it was. And that's fine. And we got the rat in there. I know. And, you know, the thing is I want the Israeli and Palestinian people to be the ones that come out on top for this. We could just get their meddling governments out of the way. I think that rift could begin to heal. It would take a lot of time. Like even 1,000 years worth of time. But I think most reasonable people would allow that mending of relationships to occur. The Japanese and Chinese may not like each other, but they can at least come to the table and talk. Even among the history that's there, that the 20 or 30 years, right? Or longer. Israel had the commanding position. They're a bigger nation. They bided their time and were real quiet, making land purchases left and right. Up until, like, the actual illegal colonization ended up happening. That's how they acquired land in the first place once they arrived. They made the land purchases, and that's totally above board, as far as I know anyway. Now, purchasing land is like something that's illegal, or, you know, only a native citizen can purchase the land, which I guarantee you, at least some of the Israeli people that were there in Palestine did that. They bought land. And then, what happened? It ended up being part of... Wow, you were an awful, awful human being. Stop. One there. It's awful what's happening. It really is. There's no excuse for it. It's 2024. If all the wars came to an end today, then a lot of the world's supply problems would go away in another 20 to 30 years. Because there would be no reason, there would be no reason for there to be, like, supply problems. Because everyone would be cooperating with each other. And I just can't see a world where, even though our tongues are scattered to the four winds, and humans were punished for building the Tower of Babylon because of hubris, that our differences are there by design. That they're there to prevent us from cooperating as an entire species. I refuse to believe that. Okay, we got Black Flame. Let's get to it. Taking my time with this guy. Okay, we got that Codex entry. I would have hated to have to grab that while we were in, say, like, I don't know, Kaled or Dragon Barrow, and be unable to, because that is a much harder fight behind close quarters. Because the other Blood Obsessed Knight is in the it's in the other corresponding fort, and it's scaled up because it's in Kaled, right? And Kaled's just a very tough area overall. Higher up on the tier list. Okay. We've cleared out Fort Height. We got all the stuff. We're gonna go back. We're gonna go talk to Kenneth. Only after we've taken our last break. We're gonna try to make that last hour, you know, maybe not quite so geopolitically focused. Quaint stamp seal of approval, which actually means something, unlike a lot of other streamer seal of approval, which is typically used to denote gameplay actions, and typically streamers like to invoke the seal of approval on not dying the next time. That is a giant mistake, because usually, as soon as most people do that, there's no seal of approval for that. The pressure's on, and you tend to want to, you tend to flub it up when that happens. Anyway, you guys know the spiel. 5 minutes, 90 seconds of ad time on the clock for Twitch, and I will see you guys on the at the end of this commercial break. Thank you very much. I am back. Sorry about that. Hopefully everybody enjoyed their commercial break. Or, 5 minutes of silence in the case of YouTubers. Sorry, guys. I want to thank everybody so much for, letting me sit on the soapbox and talk. If you didn't mute me because of the whole Israel-Palestine thing. It's the last thing I'm going to say about it, by the way, and then we're going to, try to finish strong. And that is, I don't care about winning points with the Zionists. I do not care about winning points with the Jews. I do not care about winning points with the Palestinians. I do not care about winning points with the Arab world. I do not. In the slightest. All I care about is stopping the human carnage and letting life on Earth return to some semblance of normalcy. I do not care what historic achievements that each side would have to give up to make the peace happen. I want it to happen. So the world can get back to dealing with other problems. We could get to being a spacefaring nation or spacefaring species, and we can experience other bigger problems that really put all of our petty human squabbles, even built up on thousands of millennia, like multiple millennia of slights and, barbaric, unjust actions. That's what I want. I want people to find a way to resolve their differences and treat each other like human beings. Not, as it's outlined in the Talmud, Gentiles being slaves to Jews, or, anything that isn't Allah's supreme and pure understanding. It's not awful at your feet, and we aren't less than because we choose not to take a side in the 1,000-year-old struggle, multiple thousands of years of not only externally applied prejudice, but internally applied conflict. The rest of us are not less than for not picking a side. Most of us that aren't picking a side are saying enough. Find ways to disagree that do not result in lobbing rockets at each other, initiating sanctions, enabling blockades, or attempting to get seats on foreign governments in order to let your voice be heard more than it already is. That's what I care about. And I would say the same thing between the struggle between Christians, atheists, and Satanists. Find a place to get along, sit down, shut up, and find bigger problems to worry about instead of theological disagreement.
Did you manage? Oh, excellent. Well done, you now. Go ahead. Right, much. What's that? Well, even the which is why just you. Would you like? I see bright. Enter, and who knows? What say you? I knew. I shall help. I see.
Okay, back to Fort Height, and then we can actually go underground. So, among brighter topics, what's everyone's, favorite thing about Elden Ring? Or Elden Ring Reforged? Who's excited for the DLC? I know I am. I can't wait to see what happens to Mikola. Because I'm given some sense of hope by what I've read from data mined comments that Mikola and Messner are not the same. Not even close. Why else would Mesmer comment on it? Now it's possible there could be some whole, extra anime bullshit where Mikola gets absorbed into Mesmer, but that doesn't seem likely. Oh, isn't that just brilliant? Oh, that... Dang it. So many free aims. Wrong drink. Any more of you coming out of the woodwork? Okay. I think we're good on that front. Oh. I can't believe I managed to get all those free aims. That's truly something beautiful. I was not expecting to get those, but once I got into a rhythm, I guess I just kind of got them.
I suppose you must. Oh, indeed, one must be for the true and times that I haven't the great, but now for a true. I'm for a true
and stalwart lord of a proper lineage upon which to take the throne. Yep. But I can't wait. I saw the gameplay trailer. I was super excited. When I saw it, everything in it just looks great. And I can't wait to see what, FromSoft does with that stuff. It's supposed to be a super huge single area, kind of like the Ringed City. It's kind of all one contained area, except for maybe the portals to Slave Nightingale. That was kind of its own instanced area. But most of everything else was... just, God, why am I having difficulty with words? Most of everything else was one area with the Ringed City DLC. So I kind of expect the same deal here. I also expect them to highly reuse assets. It's kind of a game industry standard at this point. Reusing assets just makes the work go faster. And really, as long as they give it a nice fresh coat of paint and, update the graphics and, adapt whatever they're going to reuse to the current game they're working on, I'm fine with an asset or model swap. I think the opinion on that kind of needs to evolve for everyone to stay sane. And for there to not be so much elitism and snobbistry in the games industry, whether on the developer side, programmer side, artist side, or the end user. Doesn't matter. The snobbishness just doesn't help anyone. As far as other things in my distant horizon, I may or may not be starting to play games with my friends. I don't know what that's gonna look like yet. I might have a talk with them about that. See if they'd be willing to let me, take snips of our game activity. Most likely, I expect there to be no's, because that's kind of something that we want internalized to our friend group. It's kind of the same reasoning for why the Pathfinder series never really materialized as stream content is getting cameras would be hard. Ironically, it would be easier if we were all virtual, but even so, our kind of like tabletop, our tabletop stuff is kind of meant to be private, as there are some pretty hot takes among our group. Pretty hot takes. And unlike our friend group where we can kind of, you know, let things slide, on the internet, there is no chill at all. So we want to be careful. Let's refocus the aperture. It loves to creep to the left. Or, well, right for me, left for you. Camera loves moving around, all on its own. I do my best to fix it when I catch it, but there's no guarantee that I catch it, is the problem. So we're not getting any more bosses today, unfortunately. There's just a lot that we're trying to do with the routing and everything. I mean, a lot. And we get the actual... We get the Clayman on lockdown. Thankfully, there isn't too much enemy variety with the Clayman. They're pretty easy fights. You just don't want to get overwhelmed by them. And the ones in the All Ruins and Liurnia are a lot harder. They'll actually roll around at the speed of sound. They have places to go. That place is your face. The hardware place. Where they can insert their hardware all night long. Okay, that's enough song references all in one go, but hopefully that should show everyone that I do mean with the best of them. I can keep up with the kids on the block, as they say, but I have no interest in doing that. I should say I've always had very little interest in doing that. What happens when you got a touch of the tism? You already tend to just not... If you don't catch someone's beams early on, you're not getting them later. That is definitely not worth channeling. Nice. Really, as long as you keep your patience with Claymen, you're fine. You don't have much to worry about. You know, maybe don't stand off to their right side. If you stand off to your right side, to their right side, there's no guarantee you're not getting hit with the spears they pull it back, or whatever. You want to be very cautious when dealing with Clayman, especially in groups. I mean, that's true about any part of the game, honestly, but Clayman in particular, it's easy to lower your guard, and then suddenly the next thing you know that, you know, you died. And you died because you took too many hits from Clayman, who appeared really slow, and you thought you could dodge them, no problem. but as it turns out, you can't dodge them that well if you don't catch them making the attack, you know? You're kind of stuck on that. Is that a rune piece? No. It sure had the glimmer of one. This beginning section and you know, the underground it's straightforward as long as you take your time and you don't allow yourselves the problem that comes with rushing. If you rush through here, you're gonna have an issue in avoiding the projectiles properly. That should kill. Yeah, you're gonna have a tough time navigating the push and pull of platforming versus juggling like enemy encounters. Because again, the Claymen, they don't look it, but they are capable of rushing you in groups. You just don't see it coming half the time. Their bodies already hit the floor and their bodies are moving on the floor when, you know, they're upon you when they've got their spears pointed at your neck and say, leave. Leave or die. There is no alternative. Gotta watch out. You know, constantly check my surroundings to make sure that I'm not missing rune pieces. I think there's one right there. Either that or the glow of the brazier is getting it really good. Let's do our best to minimize rune piece confusion, shall we? Okay, we're gonna walk around, hopefully not trigger the scarab to leave too quickly. Go ahead and mark it. And burn it twice. Okay, thankfully it was already marked, but I thought I would mark it again anyway, just to be safe. We have plenty of signs. Of course, I'll have to remember if we mark the first one, the second one is fine. Is there a rune piece? I remember one being tucked in under here somewhere. I'm not delusional, am I? There should be a rune piece under here? Oh, it must be the one in all I'm thinking of that's like that. All and all, as in UHL, all. Careful. Maybe we can get a bunch of them like this. I want to say, besides following and or subscribing, you know, if you want to support me in any financial endeavor, besides, you know, the Shadow of the Erdtree fundraising that I'm doing, maybe consider a general Twitch subscription, at least tier 1 or higher. As tier 1 will cut out the ads, it's $5 a month. You can stop at any time. You know, just be aware that, like a normal subscription service, if you don't stop it in time, you are paying for the month, whether you like it or not. And you get access to 5 emotes just for subscribing. You cut out the ads, you get double channel points. Although you get that on a Prime Gaming sub as well, as long as that's still applicable, that is. I have heard talk of them removing Prime Gaming and or baking that into a different service, which I will be sad if that happens, but also not surprised because Prime Gaming doesn't actually make Twitch any money or Amazon any money in the slightest. They lose money for that service to be a thing. Although, if you like a bunch of Twitch channels and you just want to watch all of them, $12.65 a month, as far as I understand, and you pay those bucks to Daddy Bezos, you can ignore all the ads on all of the streamers that you watch. $12.65 a month gets you that. It's basically it is Twitch Turbo. That's what you get when you pay $12.65 a month. We get the ad revenue that is skipped out on by you paying for Twitch Turbo. However, we get a much smaller percentage of that cut because you're getting most of it to, you know, Amazon, right? So you're not really paying in any one streamer when you choose to ignore ads like that. That's all. So most of the time, your streamers are not going to advocate for Twitch Turbo. I will, because I recognize that you get more bang for your buck by paying $12.65 to eliminate ads from everything, and most of the time, streamer packages tend to be in the form of extra channel points, Discord access, collaborative access, and there are usually things like Coffee or Patreon also entering the mix, and you're not bubbling me, thank you very much. Wow, how I got hit by that? Oh, I must have just been I was too close to the blast radius and got my ass beat. Handed to me. And now I'm all wet. Bubbly. This is a separate status condition. This is not something that happens in vanilla, by the way. This bubbly status effect is exclusive to ERR. So if you're like, ah, sweet, I've been wanting to make those bubble builds work. Reforged is a place you can is a mod you can get that lets you realize that fantasy of finally allowing your bubble builds to have some extra oomph to them. Now, of course, bubble builds in their nascency are not capable of any cheesing, and they're not capable of cheesing in vanilla anyway, so you're mostly getting the bubble builds for their memes. But if the meme is what you want, Reforged will at least allow you to make that happen semi-comfortably. I was looking to see if there's a room piece. I remember one being a little more hidden than the rest, but I think I may have gotten it. Just double checking. I don't want to spend forever double checking, and we are at 152. It's okay if we start to miss more. but obviously getting 200 in these initial portions of the game is much better than trying to get 200 during the later sections of the game. I don't even think you can passively just get 200 unless you're on New Game Plus and you repeatedly resurrect bosses over and over again to get rune pieces. You can even buy them for 200,000 runes. When you go talk to, I want to say it's either the Twin Maiden Husks or it's another vendor. It's another NPC that is already a vendor, like Finger Reader Enya. It may be one of those. I don't remember, however. That's what the Reforged wiki is for, speaking of, like, commands and such. I have a whole bevy of them. If you want to know more about the mod itself, type in !ERR into chat, and that lets you get access to the Nexus mods page. If you want access to the wiki that comes along with that, which you can get from the mod page, you can also go to ERRW or type in ERRW in all lowercase, and you get access. I have a link to the wiki. If you want to be a part of the Discord, I have access to that as well. ERRD. I'm putting all that stuff out right now. If you guys want to see the notes that I may be taking for the Deathless route, I have !D route, all lowercase, of course. And I want to say D build or !DB. Let's figure out which one of those that is. I think it might be D build. Yeah, might be D build. Yes. This. Or I can realize that I have forgotten a command for YouTube. Sorry, YouTubers. Which is my main platform where I get a lot of use out of these commands. I'll have to remember to put that command onto the YouTube side of Stream Elements so you guys have that available for you. But the !D build on Twitch allows you to see or get a read on what the build is. And it's fire spills only. So typically, one of the best catalysts you can get that doesn't really fall off until late game is the Dragon Communion Seal. It has a high arcane requirement for damage. So if you want good damage, then you can play the arcane build. Also, it helps with item discovery, among other things. Oh, you have already seen where I am. Yeah, come on, Mr. Krabs. No. No, you don't get to do that. But I work hard to supply you guys with as much information as possible. So if you want to know something, and you think I've either borked the explanation or like, I'm not making a whole lot of sense of what you're saying, you know, there's a command for you. There's a timer that goes out about every hour or every 2 hours on Twitch and YouTube. We're like, yeah, here's a list of available commands. It's not every command, but the timers do a pretty good job of disseminating which commands they're applied to. There's a timer for Deathless commands and a timer for Elden Ring Reforged commands. I use both. Or rather, I have timers for each. Because Elden Ring Reforged players may not care about, you know, team hit lists or Deathless challenges. They may not care about that in the slightest. Oh, you know what would be good? If there was a mode for this that you could turn on at, like, the beginning of the game that's, like... I wouldn't say it's, like, it's not like hardcore where it restarts you or anything, but it's like, there's like a native built-in counter for Deathless or Hitless. I think that's another small way in which you can get people gravitated toward ERR. It is a slow burn, so maybe facilitate some of the challenge runs that are out there, or I hate to say inbuilt randomizer because that usually implies, or rather there's already a randomizer out there and Reforged is compatible with it. There's no reason to have an in-house version of that. That dot should kill? No, of course not. Now, that is the sixth, that is the incorrect menu. Let's try that again. Preserving boluses. But not the... Yeah, preserving boluses. That's for rot. And not for anything else. Alright. Do we have a rune piece over here? Sure do. Don't want to forget about that. Did we... Okay, we did touch that grace site. Good. So, I would say the Siofra River is one of those areas in Elden Ring Reforged that if you're doing a challenge run of it is a real step up from what you've been doing. Weeping Peninsula has like some tough enemies, but you don't really begin to feel the upward trajectory in difficulty until after you come here. Oh no, I'm not allowing you to shoot again. Die. It's one of the places that bridges to a higher level of content area. In this case, it would be Nokron, the Eternal City. And that's like at least 7 or so tiers above, you know, Siofra River. And it gets, my stomach just did something weird. Why I was kind of thrown off balance for a moment. It's one of those places where it can be really, really easy to die if you don't have the correct stat lineup on hand, and you're not paying attention to what the dragon soldier of Nokron is doing. There is a dragonkin soldier here. It's way over here. Over here-ish. You could get to... hold on. No, it's like... Yeah, it's like over here, basically. It's right before you get to the area dealing with the bridge between the Siofra River and the Deep-Root Depths. Goodness, doesn't it help to have some kind of passing familiarity with Elden Ring? Yeah, it's right before... Oh, God. It's right before you bridge, too. And so you could be forgiven for being overwhelmed in the beginning when you fight that Dragonkin soldier of Nokron and realize, oh god, he's kicking my ass. What am I supposed to do about that? Nah, it's that you're supposed to be like a level 120 or something with a high amount of stats poured into damage, with like 60 or 70 or 50 or 60 going toward the stat, not just, you know, we're kind of at 40 right now. We could definitely do with a couple more points, but we're still trying to upgrade our decks. It's at 20. We would like it to be at 25, so that we can cast just a little bit faster. It is noticeable. We're spending half a second as long on, you know, like free aims and everything, and that does matter quite a bit. All right, we've gotten the rune piece that was here. There is not a second one that's here. Oh, we just gotta slowly collect all these darn rune pieces.
Share them with
Level up, put that next point into Dex.
your ambition.
Thankfully, you can at least ride through here. I would be a little upset if you couldn't actually ride through the underground areas. It would feel a little bit unfair. So I'm happy that you can ride underground. It just takes a little bit of navigational effort to get used to. At least the crabs don't burrow again while they're chasing you. Oh my god, that was suck. The Dark Souls 3 crabs were definitely harsh. For that reason. Just imagine, you're like, oh, let me drink a second, and all of a sudden the crab navigates back up to where it was with full health. Doesn't even matter if you poison the damn thing or apply toxic. You're still, you know, if you don't kill it in a short space of time, you are dead. And there's nothing you could do about it. Or you're completely burnt on resources because you dealt with a crab instead of just ignoring it. Yeah, Dark Souls crabs were never that much fun. They were always a stress test of endurance. Thankfully, they're a little bit less of one in Elden Ring, and I'm happy about that. Especially in Reforged, where like the animations are faster and everything. You really... It's like you lose some familiarity with how the base game works, because Reforged is that profound of a fix. Goodbye. The key with these guys is patience. Don't let them get you into a panic. At least, that's the key for me, is patience. And, you know, Deathless are probably your friend with that. Yeah, Deathless are probably your best friend when it comes to these guys in Reforged. In Vanilla, I'm fairly sure your best friend is to just not be anywhere near them. See? You think you've navigated their rather complex web of moves. The fact that they attack with seemingly no downtime or very little downtime. They could keep going for a while, and you just find yourself you find yourself with, as a caster, having some great amount of difficulty dealing with these brutish figures. You just have to keeping your distance doesn't work that well, because, you know, they close the gap. They close the gap. You don't know how they do it, but they do it. They close the gap. How do you deal with that? Well, you just kind of realize that your best friend is to try to roll past them and hope to God that they can't pivot to you. You're going to use something like Catch Flame or whatever. You realize real quick that you have to be... You can't drop the ball for even a second, is what the Ancestor Spirits should be teaching you. And because if you do, you're dead. They're going to find some way to harass you. You'll run off the cliff without thinking about it. Mind you, that is a fall to certain death. Or... You know, they just kill you. Because they hit hard, they hit fast, they don't let up. They don't care about what you do to them that much. You see what I mean? It already kinda feels like that now. Where one false push and suddenly you're pushed to the brink and you think you're gonna break. Your mistake for shooting me when I'm literally right in your face. Don't they teach you that? Didn't they teach you that from before you were an ancestor? When you were just... Or before you were a spirit? When you were just an ancestor? No? Okay, well, I mean... You might be old, but you're not getting any mercy from me. Where's a Jameson Price... Jameson? Yeah, Jameson Price quote when I need one. Goodbye? No, I should be rolling away from these guys. Dragonflies are like the worst. Where's this dragonfly at? I'm waiting for it to make one of its noises. Ah, God, you are annoying. Get wrecked. Now, don't get excited. I obviously can't do a maxi voice to save my life, but I can at least get the quote. I like the quote that much. Now, is there a way? Not really. I'll die before I finish making the jump. Okay. Really, the Sialfa River really tests your ability to platform properly. Because if you don't, you die. It's not like in... I mean, you get this with Stormvale Castle, right? But there are a lot of spots where you platform and you fall, and unless you're over a pit, you take some damage and you end up in a bad situation. It's not quite the same as this. You can fix the bad situation. You cannot fix dying immediately except to, you know, not die immediately. Kind of all there is to that. You just don't die immediately. Only way you can get good is to not make the mistake again. All right. And we're going to drop down because there's nothing left for us up here. Be extra careful. Make sure we don't, you know, fall over a precipice and kill ourselves. No KYS allowed. And then this rune piece or item that's up here. Or there could be absolutely dog shit up here. That can also work. Whatever fits this game's fancy. Now, we're gonna wrap it up for today. I think this is a good place to call it. I'll have to find, like, we'll be allowed to do this during the routing, but during an actual attempt, well, we aren't allowed to quit here. We have to go back to a rest site. At least I think that's how it works. And, you know, I've tried asking people on Team Hitless. They just tell me to go to the website. Like, they're willing to explain some things, but generally speaking, they're going to be like, here's this fantastic resource you can use. And as far as I can tell, you're not allowed to make quit outs like the one here. You have to go back to a rest site. I could be wrong about that. But do I have a command for that? Also, I never did take off the internet. Let's fix that. Well, I didn't see any whispers. That doesn't mean they're not there. I apologize to anyone whose whisper I did miss. Well, you know, do I want to give this recommendation to you guys before we part ways? Sure, I guess. So, for those of you on YouTube, I guess this is where we can kind of part ways. I want to thank you guys so much on YouTube for watching. I very much appreciate it. I hope to see you back again tomorrow at around 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Hopefully I'm not a minute late like I was, or a couple minutes late like I was before. I do apologize about that. I was trying to finish up some last-minute tweaks, and I think I ended up being late. If not, okay, cool. Anyway, thank you guys very much. For those of you on Twitch, or if you're on YouTube, you can join the Twitch chat for this at http://www.twitch.tv/coinstamp. No number required. It's just coinstamp. and you'll find these recommendations in the chat, or a lovely mod will be more than happy to provide one for you. But, if you guys want middle-aged white men playing games, because that is what you're getting tonight, ladies and gentlemen, check out a speedrunner slash like variety channel. Basically, he kind of does a lot of different stuff. His name's Patty. He's playing Helldivers 2. I'm going, since it doesn't link the title of the stream, I'm gonna leave that for you to figure out on your own. I hesitated on whether or not I wanted to recommend it. You'll either like it or you won't. You'll either like it or you'll move on. The one I recommend, I don't think the Colbster is playing the game that's on the title, but I'm gonna recommend him anyway. Check out Z Colbster. They were supposed to be playing Hades. It looks like PG Golf Tournament on the screen, and it's kind of hard to tell. Okay, nope. I was about to say, but then I updated my page, and suddenly, bingo, there's the Hades logo. So he is playing Hades. It's an excellent isometric game, isometric hack and slash. I definitely recommend checking it out and checking him out if you want to see someone's unfettered, unspoiled gameplay of it. Thank you guys so much for stopping by, and that's to the collective audience this time. Thank you very much. It's highly appreciated. If you haven't done so already, consider following or subscribing respectively. Consider subscribing or following regardless of which platform you're on anyway, because I make shorts and long form content on YouTube. Like, that's something YouTubers get that you Twitch guys don't get. There is a Twitch stories, but I think you have to use your phone for those, and my phone is garbage for making that type of stuff. You guys know all the other algorithmic stuff. I've already left that as a shill during the first half of the stream. I'll only say that I have a link tree. It's right below the stream. You don't even have to go to the About Me section. A lot of the more pertinent stuff is in the link tree. You can click on it. It'll take you anywhere. Twitch channel should be the top one, so you may have to browse around to find the YouTube, but I promise it is there in the link tree. That's really about it. I have a Discord. Consider following on that. I have a panel that'll take you right to it. I will also put the command for that here before we leave. I hope I have put that together on... I have not put that... Nope, never mind. Yep. I did put that together on YouTube. It just takes a second. Anyway, thank you. My name is Coin, or Steven, or Swirling Vortex. You will know me by any of those three names. Don't call me Shirley, and surely don't call me Collect. Stay safe out there. Take care of yourselves. You're welcome here in any of my channels or socials anytime. Just DM me. And with that, bye-bye.